Good afternoon. I know it's been a little bit. I didn't stream any of the other parts this weekend, but, well, that's because I got a little bit busy and I just didn't really feel up to streaming very much. I got into playing some Soulstone Survivor again, so that got me kind of busy. So yeah, I just was kind of wanting to do some other stuff for a bit, but now I am back and can continue doing some of these aluminum things. Let's see, I probably need a little bit more computers. There. Right, I was also waiting for plastic to back up again. I did go off and leave this while I went and got lunch today, so hopefully we should be a little bit caught up. I mean, it doesn't look like we're too far over production. Oh no, it's getting ready to back up now. So the plastic is backing up here, but it's not over for this one. Okay, but now I'm curious because I did set a bunch of machines to do plastic, if I recall. So, I should be making plenty of it. Fortunately, the range of this thing's pretty decent. That, and I think train tracks counts. Okay, so let's see. Still have plenty of view going over here. All kinds of power is going. So I don't know what you acting there. And not enough fuel coming through? You're making plenty? You're making plenty. You're making plenty. And so with 100, 100, 100, that should be 300 per minute. 50, 200, 300, 300. Let these get filled up just a little bit more. Okay, so how much plastic are we really getting out of these things? We're not making as much as I would like. Should. There's a backup here. Ah, but only because it's loading. Okay. I might go ahead and turn off one of the things that's using so much plastic, depending on what it is. Let's see. Plastic is going over here into these, which are circuit boards. Are all of the circuit boards being used? No, they are not. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn off this one for now, this one for now. This one for now. Well, there's at least a good chunk of the plastic coming in. Okay. And other thing was over here. These two machines are making filters, which at the moment I have a buttload of, especially since this thing's not currently producing any, so I'm gonna just yoink this real quick, and yoink this real quick. And 2, 4, 6, 8, and I needed 200 more. I don't really have much in terms of an objective today here, just to get some milestones complete, really, since I now have materials for that. It's really kind of all I'm thinking about today. Next weekend, hopefully I'll be in more of the mood to get back into this fully, and do some actual focus on the next milestone. But first, the next space elevator thing. Okay.
Milestone reached. Several parts more efficient and powerful than the human brain can now be made, to compensate for many deficiencies otherwise encountered in future development efforts. The blender enables you to mix and/or combine parts and fluids for more complex recipes. Most importantly, project part number 6, the assembly director system, should be produced and delivered to the space elevator as soon as possible.
Yep, those. Now we're getting into blenders, which makes things just much more complicated. Let's see. Radio control unit's gonna make that. I can. Okay. Because getting into drones would be nice, but honestly, one of the nicest things would be getting into uranium so that I could put up some nuclear power. Probably have those. Definitely don't have the supercomputers yet. I'd be able to make supercomputers though. Is it? I'll have to see. Advanced aluminum. See, a lot of these things I can already sort of make. It's just some of the latter stuff. I'm going to do this. I need to wait for some things to come back. Let's see. Yeah, I can. Supercomputers. That's right. That's what I need AI limiters for. I need to build 50 of them. Ugh. No, I need radio control units. These are actually fairly cheap, but still kind of a pain to produce. Well, that's part of what I brought the aluminum for, so... Also, let's see, what do I need for the blender? I already have it all, good. I think most of this stuff now should just be... I think most of that was just parts that I can make. Plus the blender. Okay, first things first. Blender. Batteries. That's right. Batteries are going to be needed for drones. And they can be useful for other vehicles. But they're going to be a little bit of a pain. I also can't make them yet because I need... I guess I can. The sulfuric acid and... is just sulfur and water, which is pretty simple to make. And then from sulfur and water, also need some alumina solution. I think currently my alumina solution is just completely using itself. Let's see, I have the stuff already. I did it for that. I can grab those, the motors. And I guess I can go ahead and get set up with the next thing here. I just need to go in here and create a manufacturer. Okay, I can make radio control units with aluminum, oscillators, and computers. Let's see. Those. Right, it's those I'm gonna need the AI limiters and more plastic for. Fun. I should probably see if I can research alternate recipes on plastic soon because... We need aluminum casings. Wait, what? Right, I didn't hit the second button. Oops, not bad. Okay, casings. Let's see, which one is casings? Your casings. Okay, very nice. Since there's plenty of stuff, go ahead with that. Okay, that should be good. Now let's see. Needs to go and get some motors and whatnot. My friend just hit over level 50 in Elden Ring. Elden Ring is fun, but I don't go back and play it all that often, just on my own. I don't know if it's just because I feel like it's a one and done kind of thing. I mean, I did play it New Game Plus. It's probably just, I played the crap out of it the first time through, and then the second time through I did the DLC and played a lot of it again, so it's just kind of like, it's really fun, but I don't necessarily want to do it again. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. I guess more so, I just don't want to... It has to be a thing I just kind of feel in the mood for at this point. Kind of the same thing with Sekiro. Granted, Sekiro, I didn't completely finish everything for the first playthrough, and I do want to go and do a New Game Plus at some point. But... yeah, there was just one boss that was really giving me trouble, and honestly, I could probably do it if I were to go back and play the game again now, but, because that was my first ever Souls-like, was Sekiro, so I think I have improved quite a bit since then. Oh, you're still not back? Okay. Oh, that's fine. We can take some of these. Do some research. The one that we would want is hopefully something relating to plastic. Right, I need plastic and fabric for you. And for fabric... okay, fine, I gotta go out and... some more mycelia. The cacti are nice because they give you the best bang for your buck, so to speak. They give you some wood, they give you some leaves, and they give you some mycelia. I'm just gonna go get some extra now because I am gonna need to probably make more filters for getting into radioactive crap. There we go, you're back now. Would you quit switching it around every dang time? I want to get some. Okay. Those. Okay, for fabric, I need biomass. I'm gonna go make some biomass from leaves and wood. Okay, I'm gonna make plenty of fabric here. My mom has discovered that there are Crocs for cats out there. I've seen those pictures floating around for a while, but I guess she finally found some. They're cute, but I don't think cats like them very much. Had a little bit too much to eat for lunch. Might be a surprising statement coming from somebody as big as me, but I have been trying to cut back on how much I eat so that I can hopefully at some point lose or get back to working out while not feeling overwhelming urges to eat all the time afterwards. Because I noticed kind of a loop, infinite loop I was stuck in working out for a while, where I would go work out and, you know, I'd get my appetite down a little bit, and then I would come back and it'd be like, oh man, I'm really hungry. So I would just, excuse me, start eating a lot more at the next meals. And then I would eventually just start eating more and more back up to closer to what I used to do when I was still doing football or at the Air Force Academy. And then it's just like, I should probably not be doing that. So I'm trying to make sure that I thoroughly have a smaller appetite before I get back into working out, because I want to try to avoid eating past mistakes. Okay. I'm hoping that by making my appetite as small as possible before I get back to working out, I won't feel the overwhelming urge to just gorge myself when I do go in and eat. Do go and work out. It's hard cutting back, especially after you used to have to. Because when I was at the Air Force Academy, like, I had to eat till I was pretty much bursting all the time to not lose weight. I was in such good shape there. It was kind of ridiculous. I probably consumed at least 5,000 or 6,000 calories a day to maintain a weight of like 285. It was kind of dumb. Aha! Hazmat suit acquired. So you don't need you. Let's go ahead and put the extra fabric and mycelia in there. Could use up all the biomass. Okay. So there's those. Now Filters, coal, and fabric. Well, coal is easy enough. Coal! Okay, so currently I have 34 of you, and to make those, I'm going to also need quick wire and aluminum, which yep, I have extra quick wire, so more coal. Well, 50 should be good for now. Because after all, I don't plan on spending a ton of time in radioactive areas. Just enough to get some of the good stuff going in terms of using some pure nodes and getting them to be transported to generators. Okay, those. Make these. Having over 50 will be very reassuring. Although this is going to be almost two full stacks. That's okay. This I hopefully should not need to replenish for a long time. You know, now that I think about it, I think what I did last time, I was working in this phase. I think instead of doing the approach that I did this time, I think what I did was I worked backwards. Like I worked from the top to from the ends all the way back to the beginning, which is not a bad idea realistically, because it does help you plan better. It just makes things a little bit more complicated, because then you can't just make a general, oh, here's a row of things that iron's going to, here's a row of things that copper's going to. You kind of have to segregate things quite a bit differently at the beginning, so it can be kind of overwhelming. Ooh. I see, this is not bad necessarily, but probably going to go ahead and use most of these. There's only like a couple things, research nodes left, I think, for that require an actual hard drive. I may have already done one of them, but there's plenty of them out there. I'm just hoping to get an alternative to plastic. If I remember right, there should be one that's a lot more efficient. In other words, it produces a lot more than currently we're getting. Right. Go down one floor. Okay, that seems to be going along smoothly. Good. Ugh. Drones.
Milestone reached. Drones provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to function. Fixit had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones. I have since removed those because I think no pioneer would ever misuse Fixit property right under their noses. Especially since everything is recorded.
Ah, you humor me. What makes you think that everybody's gonna just follow the rules with no thought process behind anything? Oh man. Okay. Next shall be uranium, because I do want to get a couple nuclear plants up and going. I have those. I'm going to wait to pull a bunch of cables. Actually, I'll just go ahead and pull those right now. Alright, next I need the supercomputers. Which should also not be too bad, other than the fact that plastic is annoyingly slow to be produced at the moment. Aha, it's telling me I've been playing for 2 hours, but joke's on you, I've only been playing for 38 minutes. It's because I let it run before so that I could get caught up on producing some things. Just let them produce while I was waiting. No, this way. Okay. Supercomputers! I can finally use some of the stuff that I wasn't using at all before. Okay, so computers, AI limiters, so you can slow your roll here. And yeah, I'm gonna kind of not care so much about, at the moment, the organization, because I just don't really need to care all that much at the moment. Oscillators. Okay, so I do need the high-speed connectors. Yeah, I'm not caring so much about organization at the moment because, I mean, realistically, okay, I need to add lenders. Let's go ahead and put a hole here because I will be at some point remaking everything again. Yeah, there you are. Okay, there's the hole that I put down. Oh, there you are. It's actually perfectly convenient. Yeah, the benefit of doing this stuff in the reverse order, like doing it from the top down, is that you can make things exactly how you need them. So, like, in order to make all of these different pieces, you make what you need and then just go backwards from it, so you only, it's a lot easier to do the math that way. I don't know why I went all the way up here. I needed to go only one up. I need to turn the power on. 2. And plastic. Ma'am, research complete. Oh, look, perfect. Sort of. Now, time to get the summer sloops and stick them in there so that it is producing much extra. Because I have no doubt I am going to need a pretty decent amount of these. What for, I don't recall. I just recall that I'm probably going to. 4. Nope. Whee. Alright, since you seem to produce fairly slowly, have these. And these. Heck yeah, make 9 per minute. Let's see. There. 200 to go into the nuclear. What's that? It's nice having all this mobility stuff. Okay, I'll let those build up again. Okay. Not really getting anything good there. Let me see here. Yeah, I could just make the toxic cellular ones, but I don't really care all that much about that. Quartz. I could do that. The problem is I'd have to go get sulfur for a lot of this stuff. I just don't want, can't really be bothered all that much to get sulfur. I mean, I suppose I could. Where's sulfur? Where's the nearest? I think it's actually only like over that way. Yeah, it's normal sulfur. Yeah, I could just... I mean, the beneficial thing is I don't need a ton of sulfur, and I could just bring it up here and combine it with this stuff to make exactly what I need. Like, let's go ahead and make... I only have Mark II miners at the moment. What do I need for Mark IIIs? Right, that's not going to be annoying at all because I'm going to need these, which are really annoying. And we'll go ahead and just make a Mark II. Alright, you're a geyser, aren't you? Yeah, but they're normal geysers. I mean, I could use them, but I also don't really care all that much about it. Let's go ahead and just put you like over there. Ooh, that's why I hadn't come over here yet. These annoying pieces of crap. Ish. At least that made things easy. Okay, go ahead and put you here. And we are just going to conveyor this for the sake of making it easy. That, and since I've got a pretty good supply of these coming in now, there's no reason not to. Let's do the curve. I kind of want to see how the curve does on stuff like this. Okay, so it's going to be still a bit funky. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, here. Let's see. Okay, so I can make black powder fairly easily. Let's actually put you over here then. And I'm gonna go ahead and make you. Okay. First off, I'm going to double check what it was I was wanting to research. I think it was just making obelisks. So let's see. I'm going to need black powder to make nobelisks and also to make the smokeless powder. I'm just going to need a lot of nobelisks too. Oy, oy. And a lot of rifle ammo. Yeah, lots of nobelisks. Fun. Okay. Okay, well, you make a bunch of nobelisks. I'm gonna go ahead and get you started on another one of these. And actually, break these. Put you in there. Go back and see how we're doing on the supercomputers. It's been several minutes, so hopefully we've made some good progress here. I'd be willing to bet your holdup is going to be plastic. Because of course it is, but hey. There we go, 50 supercomputers. Milestone complete. Now we can get to some of the fun/annoying stuff. And nuclear power. Because once again, while nuclear power is fun, it's also annoying because radiation and not so fun stuff like that. Plus, if I want to use drones to harvest it and transport it, then it means I gotta make batteries, which is another thing that's just gonna be a, it's just gonna be a thing that's there that's kind of annoying.
Milestone reached. The nuclear power plant produces dangerous radioactive nuclear waste. Fix-It reminds you that any extra limbs resulting from exposure to radiation are also contracted to work on project assembly. Fix-It also reminds you that willful exposure to radiation will not result in any bonuses regardless of how many functional limbs it produces. Project part number 7, the magnetic field generator, should enter production as soon as possible. Any unnecessary delays will be noted.
Yep, so now we get into the nuclear plant, which I can go ahead and make. Consumes nuclear fuel rods and water to produce electricity for the power grid. Produces 2,500 megawatts. Let's see what we're at the moment. So our current production ranges from, on the low end, about 9,000 megawatts to, on the high end, about 10,700 megawatts. Well, we can bump that up by a lot by making some nuclear generators, which, forgot how freaking big these things are. I'm missing a part anyways. Hover packs are nice. It's just kind of too bad that they can't be battery powered too. So I guess too bad that they only work on the power grid. Because if you could make them battery powered, they'd be really useful for going out and about instead of having to focus on using a jetpack. Actually, let's set it up over here just so that we can see. Oh, the lag. Okay, let's see. What do you need? You need water. And you have waste output. Which, see, the biggest thing with the waste output is I don't remember exactly what it is. So, right, you need fuel rods, which I believe needs the blender to be made. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. No, these make encased uranium cells, which these are in turn used to produce fuel rods. Okay, so Regardless, I'm gonna have to get to making some sulfuric acid, which is fun. At least I should have plenty. And let's see, to make batteries, I'm gonna need that too. Okay. This is where things start to get pretty confusing, and it's kind of annoying. Huh, I should actually be able to just go ahead and make these. Well, okay, that's pretty simple actually. I could go ahead and just bust a bunch of those out and call it good. That's not what I need. I don't think it's a constructor. Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a manufacturer then. Uranium fuel rods. Yeah, see, this is where things start to get kind of complex, which is kind of also annoying. To make it work, you got to do all this kind of stuff. You got to make these, you got to make these, you got to have enough of these going. At least these are simple to make. I can go ahead and make these. Electromagnetic control rods. Actually, I should have buttloads of stuff to make those down here. So I think I'm just going to. These should all be Strators, correct? Yep. Strators, and there's at least one of you that's not doing anything. These are the AI limiters, so let's see. Okay, so 6 Strators per minute times 3 is 18, plus a bunch of AI limiters, which should be no problem because I can just do this, this, and this. Let's see, I wonder how many Strators we'll be making per minute in one machine. 5. Assuming there's enough wire. Why is there not enough wire? I guess because part of it is going to motors. Let's see, what are all these going to? They're feeding over to this machine, which is making the automated wiring, right? Why are you behind on making cables? This is why it kind of helps to go backwards on things, because it's just kind of like, why is this taking so long? Oh, because they're backed up. Why are they backed up? Just because. They're not getting enough. So, add to here and here. Because motors are something I'm always going to need a pretty good amount of, and so are stratters. So there we go. As for these, let's go up. Okay, I'll let those get going. They're gonna need to pile up for a bit. Let's see, what was one of the things I think I was going... I think I need to go up one floor. Right. Where are you going here? Nice, you're making some pretty good progress. Of course, you're lacking in plastic. But modular engines I don't need for right now. I am gonna need these. Okay, you are allowed to continue work on these now. You can fill up this and that's it. I don't need you going anywhere else. Okay, so let's see. So yeah, these produce 4 per minute. That's why I have 2 of them going. These require only 2 per minute to make 4 uranium fuel rods. These make... This consumes 20 of you, this consumes 1.2 of you, this produces 25 of you? 20? Okay. So the good thing is sulfuric acid. That's pretty simple, can make that happen. Can make that happen, can make this happen, okay good. So, for this, I don't need to bother with this. Because the problem with batteries is is balancing out now the alumina solution, because it uses like 4 per minute, and that's just different. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave these all here. Not gonna go ahead and use them. I am gonna go back and start another milestone and a research so that I can get that done, and then I'm gonna go over and see how much of that alumina solution I'm producing and how much I'm actually using. So I think I'm pretty much using all of it. I don't think anything's backing up. At least I hope not. I think the water was the main thing, because if there is extra coming out and it is backing up, that's perfectly fine, as long as it's not overloading the water. Why was I looking there? I was going to put some stuff away. Oh, it wasn't, so I was going to come over here. I can just go ahead and do this, can't I? Okay. Dang it. Alternative screws. Was there anything... Right. I was gonna go ahead and get rid of some stuff that required obelisks. Alright. Do you?
Pulse Nobelisk unlocked. This ammunition for the Nobelisk detonator generates a powerful shockwave capable of repelling nearby objects, including the user. Unrelated. Please ensure all your fixed liability waivers are up to date.
Okay, so I need some smokeless powder. I'll just let that keep going. Yeah, the bottleneck's just you taking a while. That's fine. Okay, smokeless powder. There's plenty more of these cactus-like plants to get mycelia from. Plus there's a huge underground area as well. I doubt I'm gonna need anything that big, but just in case. Okay. Take all that. I don't quite have enough nobelisks. Ouch. Ammo do I have? Not a whole lot, eh? I'm just gonna go ahead and get myself back up to a couple stacks of ammo real quick, since I have a buttload of smokeless powder. So the pulse obelisk. Yeah, so it just kind of pushes things, which makes that not super useful. Let's see. Could make homing ammo. All I need to do is grab a bunch of high-speed connectors. Homing ammo is definitely going to be useful. It helps reduce wasteful shots, so might go ahead and do that real quick. Aha. Efficiency. Okay. A couple things to grab over here, which is headphones cord keeps getting caught up under my chair. There. On the actual hanger like you're supposed to be. Okay. Radio control units. You're still getting plenty of stuff. I feel like there won't be much of a problem there. Okay, you are making plenty of these. I can probably scale you back a bit now. That way you're not using nearly as much plastic. And you're still producing plenty. So there's that, and high-speed connectors should be over here. That may seem like a lot, but it's also good to have them just in case. Because if I recall, I need those for tier 3 power. So there's no harm in having.
Milestone reached. The resource well pressurizer and extractor can harvest nitrogen, crude oil, and water from underground wells. Nitrogen, being a gas, does not need pumps for pipeline transportation. Fixit does not process most of your metrics, but I do. According to Fixit predictions, you are exploiting this planet with unexpected efficiency. They did always struggle to see the true potential of things. Nothing about you is unexpected to me, and therefore you are performing exactly as expected.
Right. See, I think I have to get my inventory. No, good for this. So, nitrogen. Ooh, that's. Oh wait, no. I guess that means 6 pure and 1 normal? It's 1 pure for all 7 normal. That's all 7 pure. Which I meant both these are pure. Interesting. I mean, this one is just really close, and it only has a single normal with plenty of pure, so I don't see much reason why there's a need to go that far out of the way. So for that, I need 100 turbo fuel, I think it is. $50 turbo fuel for you. Alright, I was gonna go ahead and just make... It's probably the regular rifle ammo that's causing me to not have enough, but that's fine, I can always just make more. The way I see it, losing half of my ammo for this is going to be very beneficial, because I noticed before that I end up just wasting a bunch of ammo because a lot of shots seem to miss, and if this makes all those shots hit instead, it's well worth the investment. Plus, I have the materials just kind of sitting around with nothing to do with them, so... Yeah, it's definitely going to be the rifle ammo is where I'm lacking. So I need like another 2,020 to make 2 full stacks of this stuff. That should be perfectly fine. And see, I could have a machine just manufacture all these for me, but I need ammo. I don't need ammo all that often, so I don't mind doing it by hand. Okay, there we go. I can make 2 full stacks. Wow, I really did not end up using a whole bunch of those electronics that I brought with me. I mean, I'm using up like a single stack. Or maybe a little bit more than a single stack. Still, not a whole lot. And 3 left out, which stick in there because there's not a whole lot of point in leaving those laying around. So I'll go and put one of you in there. And let's see, steel pipes. I can go ahead and pull some out to get ready for you, which I've got most of them. Need 100 of you.
Cluster Nobelisk unlocked. This type of Nobelisk detonates into multiple smaller explosions. Can be used for clearing large areas of vegetation and other inconveniences. Addendum. Inconveniences, in this case is not defined to include persistent family members, raccoons, student debt, the sunrise, peer performance reviews, neighbors learning to play the saxophone, phone calls, or your favorite show getting cancelled.
I feel like the devs just collectively had those kinds of things that they wanted to cluster bomb. So that's what they said for that. Okay, add you to the to-do list. Package turbo fuel. Where are my tickets? I could have sworn I had a bunch of tickets somewhere. Okay, maybe I just didn't print them off. Yeah, no, that would be the case. Yoink. What do you know? I could get the first trophy. I can almost get the second trophy. Of course, the goal is to get the golden nut statue. Or the lizard doggo one. Okay, get the turbo fuel. There's not really anything else I need at the moment. So we'll go with the turbo fuel, we'll go with the catwalks. So it's 33, that still leaves me with 13. It's 11, 9, 7, and 3. Yay, a bunch of crap. Also, rifle ammo, I need to make another 1,000 of you. Should we take? After dusting. This also helps use up some of the smokeless powder, so I'm not going to complain about that. I do need a bit of inventory space, and all the motors are taking up some space, so I'll need to build stuff with them too. One of the things I am going to want to get set up is a drone port, and I will need to figure out where I want to put my nuclear stuff.
Turbo rifle ammo unlocked. The pioneer ammo of choice when obstacles are numerous and time is short. Panic and imminent death often negatively affect human accuracy, so this ammo meets the human experience with fixed efficiency.
What do I need to make said ammo? So you do need turbo fuel. This is maximum damage. Yeah, see, I feel like these are a little bit too expensive to make though, because you'd have to make the packaged turbo fuel, which is kind of annoying to make. I mean, you could do it, it would be fine. But see, explosive rebar is just a lot easier. Although that's still not the most damage. Then again, neither is you. So I wonder if there's last phase stuff that gets you up even higher in terms of GPS when it comes to those kinds of things. It'd be cool to make cluster nobelisks, but not really gonna do that right now. Okay, slugs are in Celia. Could go ahead and do this. It's just 100 mycelia. Just so I could have it completed. I don't even know that much. Oh, that's fine. There are plenty of things to trim. Or silica and limestone. I think it's silica and limestone. Those. Yep, I don't know. Okay, so you're backing up on gunpowder, as expected. Ah, I freed up a lot of inventory space there. I only needed like 200, but that's okay. I'll throw the excess into one of the chests for when I inevitably need to make more fabric. Oh, excuse me. Did not taste very good.
Gas Nobelisk unlocked. Chase away creatures with a damaging cloud of gas. Note: also harms unwary pioneers. Not for recreational use.
Oh, not for recreational use. Who would have ever guessed? Okay, well, I'm gonna make some more smokeless powder. And then, since I'm not going to need to worry about Nobelisks for a while, I'm going to go ahead and just make a bunch of cluster ones, because those will be a bit more fun in terms of eliminating obstacles, as they said. But first things first. Here, you're making smokeless powder. Alright, I had you doubling your output. Put you in here and there. Okay. Those all back in there. Okay, yeah, that's gotta be, because I guess I've never seen those before, so I guess they've gotta be kind of the last bastion type stuff. Okay, we'll leave that to go. Let's see, so you're gonna need supercomputers. Okay, I'm going to see what all I need to get a drone port set up. That way I can kind of start wrapping my head around where I want to do nuclear power. Honestly, probably the best place for nuclear power is going to be like over off that island, kind of out into the middle of the ocean. But that will kind of depend. Because I already know that I can make these because I'm already making those. And to make... Now, this is interesting. Why is there waste of sulfuric acid? Right, here comes stuff that's gonna be really annoying. Nitrogen gas, water, rubber, and I have plenty of rubber, and heat sinks, which heat sinks are also actually pretty easy to make. Alright, and these also need nitrogen. Okay, so I think the first thing I'm gonna want to do is probably I'm gonna figure out batteries, because these are simple enough to make. Already making you, already making you. The blender is where things start getting kind of complicated because there's just so much crap that comes in. Okay. Dismantle you, dismantle you. So then, transport. So for a drone port, I'm going to radio control unit. Which I'm also going to need some miner. That's right, these can use any fuel type. However, I think the batteries are the best. Because I think it has, if I remember right, a different range depending on how far it has to go. Or based on the fuel type as to how far it has to go. So let's go down and grab some heat sinks, or not heat sinks, the whatever they're called. Okay, supercomputers. Got two stacks of that. Oh, you're actually waiting on computers. I knew aluminum casings were going to be eaten up so fast. That's why it'd be nice to expand, but the problem is it's such a pain to make it all happen. Okay, you're not the one eating all the aluminum, it's you, right? Yeah. So let's go ahead and put a stop to you for the moment. Don't need any extras necessarily. Yeah, as I thought, it's kind of slow going. I mean, I could tell these to slow their roll so that I can get more aluminum ingots going the other way. This was kind of the problem with this setup, is even though I've got as many coming out as I can, it's still not enough. You see, it's making 120 and 120, but oh, the problem's not enough alumina. I mean silica. Right, that's what it is. Okay, so this is making the alumina solution and the silica. Now, why the heck are you idle? Why the heck are you idle? Why are you idle? Got your coal. You got your alumina solution. Why the frick are you idle? What is going on here? Is it because there's too much water in the system? I mean, I don't think that should be a problem. Because I thought because of the water, it should just kind of equalize out, but... Because the other side's fine. It's going just dandy. What the frick? I have these both set up the exact same way, so why was that a problem? Set the water coming back from over here and feed backing into here, yeah. Set the water coming back and feed backing around into there, yeah. You're double boosted, you're double boosted. You're not boosted, you're not boosted. You're double boosted. You're double boosted. You're double boosted. You're double boosted. And what was the deal then? I don't know, but that makes a lot more sense now because there wasn't enough stuff coming through. Yeah, and see, the nice thing is, since there's so much aluminum scrap being produced, I could... You know what? Hang on. Not you. Map. There are a couple of quartzes nearby. I could just make silica and have it come over here. Or what I could do is have it come on the train and come up here to produce extra, but I was hoping I could get by with just this stuff. I mean... You know what? No, we're gonna... I'm gonna go back and see. I might just be able to bring silica back over here to ramp up production. No, train, don't leave without me. No. Dang it. Oh well. At least I can just ride the train tracks the whole way. Which is not very far. So if I've got a buttload of silica, I can bring the silica back and have it go through and help produce more. And that would be useful. Because I think I'm not using any of the silica I'm producing over here. I might be using a tiny bit. Actually, currently I'm not using any. Okay. Well then. I guess I can go ahead and start using some of this stuff. I think 2 should be plenty. Yeah, actually I'm being kind of dumb here. What do I need 2 for? I really only need 1 if I'm going to be doing 720 a minute. Because it's not like I need that much silica. Otherwise, all of it will be going to waste. And I don't necessarily want that, so we are going to do just a single one. Already have it. We're gonna do a single Mark V going up all the way. I don't know how you got in here, but whatever. No, I don't want you to... Gosh dang. Oh, interesting. Figured this might be just a little bit quicker. At least in the horizontal direction. I don't know if it really makes that much of a difference, but... Okay, so since that one is now going to be the front one, I need to push the station one back. So I'm gonna push you back. The freight platform. And put a train station. Jeez, fine, sit there. Okay, as for you, this will be unload. You, the timetable. Okay. I don't know why the mouse was doing that, but whatever. Okay, instead of having you two do something like this, we're going to go ahead and put a merger down here. I'm gonna go ahead and leave this one as tier 4 stuff because there's no real reason to not. Okay. There we go. Now I can get you back going again. Timetable. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure this is doing what it's supposed to, and we'll go from there. Because for right now, I did go ahead and take off the extra silica loading and unloading. Actually, a way to kind of regulate it is I might go ahead and turn down the amount. Yeah, because the big thing is if I can make more casings, that's good. These I'm making plenty of. Okay, let's see. They're just aluminum sheets. It would be handy to have extras, like I could have one being made so that I can just use Mark V stuff from now on in terms of moving things. But first, let's see. So the silica is going to be coming back around to here. And what I could do is... Okay. So let's see. You're still way overproducing. Okay, for the moment, I'm going to go ahead and shut you off. Because I think I am going to make another one of you up here. You'd be into the foundry. Okay, I need to double check. You're making 360, 360, so that's like 720. So if I have all of these consuming 225, that'll be plenty there. And let's see. Put a merger. just gonna go ahead and upgrade. All of you. Okay, there's that. So now you can be backed up. Okay, so if you take 225 now, that should be a pretty good amount. Actually, I need to see how much these are going to be making so that I can adjust accordingly. And there's all the silica, but fortunately we got more coming. Now the only question is how to help prevent this from backing up. Okay, you're consuming 225, you're consuming 225, you're consuming 225, so that's 246, 675. You're consuming 87.5, 97.5, 7.5. It appears that we're getting plenty coming in from the train. Enough that we are backing up. I kind of wish that these would show like an inflow and outflow rate. Okay, so I need to go get some more stuff to make like these work. I need to get some AI limiters. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to have any issues with... Aha! Almost a perfect landing, except that smack hurt a little bit. Yeah, limiters are down one. Now the other thing is I want to see how much silica I'm actually producing out of those three, because I want to make sure that I can keep up. We'll just say that I need 190 times 3. I know it's only like 187.5. And I know that this is really back and really going because I have 3 of them going into it. Like, let's see. You still haven't used up a whole ton. So you're producing 37.5, 37.5, 37.5. So that's not nearly gonna be enough. I'm gonna have these 2 going in as well. Just because I also really don't have much going in terms of silica usage right now. So we're just gonna do this. So now there should not be a problem with the silica coming in. It should be a pretty steady flow. I mean, having only 4 machines going at 37.5 may not seem like it's going to be enough. Also, let me check and see. So it looks like the quartz is plenty backed up, so I could technically go ahead and boost those all the way if I wanted. Which I might as well. Okay, so 4 at this. So, never mind, 5 going at 93.7. So we'll say it's 5 times 90. That's 450. Using 187 times 3. So we'll say it's 180 times 3. That's 180, 364. So they roughly even out with a little bit of excess from the other. But this is also why I wanted to get the smart stuff set up. I'm going to see if I can get it so that it will be able to filter out appropriately. And if I am producing an overload of ingots, I can use them now, which is good. Because aluminum is going to be much needed for this final process. Or second to last process, not final. Huh. Yeah, see, it's still unloading the silica from previously. And even at going 700 a minute. Okay, how much are you producing now? You're producing 150, which is pretty good. So we're getting a little bit backed up here. Let's see how much backed up. I guess you have to stop because you're getting... Let me see. Case. This is just to help it get unloaded as quick as possible so that everything can kind of be on its way. And now to come back over here in order to make sure that we're not overloading. Because while I don't mind if we overload a bit, the problem is going to be okay, so you're roughly staying 360 times 2 to 720 minus parentheses 225 times 3 close parentheses. Okay, so we have a net of positive 45 still when it comes to the scrap, which is perfectly fine. And right now, in terms of the silica, we should be doing pretty good. Move this. Yeah, I know. Okay, this will be merger here. Of sorts. We're gonna move the awesome sink a little bit further away. Okay, so smart splitter, it splits one into 2 or 3. It can be set for each output to allow specific parts. That's not what I need in this case. I think what I need is a programmable one. Now, granted, I have not used these before. Ah, okay, here we go. So it can be used for just overflow. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is, in order to keep this going, I'm going to make the programmable splitter go here, and I'm going to make the center output is any, the left output is overflow only. So this for you, I'm gonna have this as a merger. And just in case I need it, I'm going to have that going there. Have left output overflow. Right. Okay. 4. Okay, you should be overflow only. Now, since I can use these to prevent overflow, it is going to be very nice. You overflow. You left overflow. Okay, go ahead and put conveyor. I don't need to bother with a 5, we'll just go with a 4. Okay. This should help make sure we don't get any overflow happening. And it'll make sure that these are still going full bore. Let's see here. I already made you all like that. I did not make you Mark 5 yet. Okay. Hang on, time for some more math. I need to see what my outputs are currently, how much I can afford to do. Time to get the calculator ready again. So, I have 150 times 3. So it means I have 450 total going at the moment. I have currently currently doing so minus 150. That's 300. Okay, and then we'll go minus 60 times 3. It's equal to 120 left. So I have 120 left over. Now I did boost this up significantly, so it's making 150. Constructor. These, that would be minus another 60. 60. So I can go ahead and do this. I feel perfectly safe with this going in here. I forgot to check how many this is consuming. Plus 60 is equal to 120, so minus 90. Leaves 30 left over. Okay. These consume 60 and output 60, so I could feasibly make one more. Output 30, big 20. Okay, this is actually perfect. Put in, oops, another assembler. And go ahead and put a 4. Splitter. Now I just need some Mercer spheres, because with this I will want to have the dimensional depot. So back to base to get what I need. I'm gonna see if I can beat the train back too, because why not? If I can get this lined up perfectly, it will be pretty good, because that means I'm making the maximum out of my resources. I'm hoping my silica production can keep up with it. It seems like it currently is. But that's also because I had 5 full storage units filling. And I mean, they're still going. Huh, I beat the train back. Okay. Okay. So all that should be good. Okay, good. We're getting backed up on casings. I'm gonna leave these here and go ahead and do have it output at the other end. You know what? No, I'll just have it output here and I'll grab them from this side. That way I can just keep the flow going. Because it's not like I'm gonna need a whole buttload of them. I mean, even if I am gonna end up upgrading, there's not gonna be too many things that I need to upgrade that much. The big thing will be transporting more resources when I eventually need to. Almost out of Mercer spheres. There we go. Yeah, so what I'm thinking I'm gonna do for the last I might kind of do, you know what, now that I think about it, I'm gonna try something a little bit different for my last setup. I say last, there is still a phase 5 and I'm not sure what entirely goes into that, but has an idea for now. So kind of what I'm thinking is I'm going to so I might kind of still go ahead and make my gigantic factory. Like, I'm definitely going to probably upsize what I currently have and make it wider and taller. But what I'm thinking is I will build the final item that I need and kind of the final items that I need and kind of segregate them based on that. I mean, for what I have here, I might just do that for phase 5, because right now I can kind of just piecemeal together some of this stuff, especially like the first 2 items I can go ahead and do without there being a whole lot of issue. Did I already power you? There. More aluminum alclad sheets. Okay. Everything should be going good now. I almost forgot what my original intention was in coming over here. It was to see about potentially making batteries, because I'm going to need gonna need 40 alumina solution. That will output 20 batteries per minute. Okay. Okay, you are currently producing... You're consuming 240 luminous solution. You're producing 240. So what I could do is make another one that produces 240, because I only need, I think it said 40 per minute. Yeah, so I only need 40. How much would I need for packaging? So, yeah, that requires me to make empty canisters. This is the problem. I'd have to somehow be making even more plastic so I could make more empty canisters, unless... which I need to go back and check and see if the research is done. I know there are alternate recipes for plastic. I know there are because there were previously. So if I can find the alternative recipe for plastic, that would be very beneficial. That means I may need to go hunting for more hard drives, but honestly, I'd rather almost do that than to waste a whole lot of time, because the current plastic recipe is extremely inefficient. It just is. I mean, I could just go ahead and make a couple more things and have them pump extra fuel into something. But the problem is I'd need to have an extra generator, which I could also handle that. The problem is there's just too many things that need a lot of plastic. It's almost like screws. You never have enough of it. Although, it looks like because I turned some stuff off, it did finally get backed up. How much do you have in here? Okay, nice. Okay. Now that I think about it, since I can produce the smart stuff now, well, for the rubber it doesn't really matter. was gonna say, this is slightly more than half of your output, so you should, in general, be making a downward trend there. Why did I have your production paused again? Should be plenty of heavy oil residue in there. No, there isn't, because I paused you. Okay. Okay, so these pipes should be able to handle 600. So I've got only like 90 going to you, I think. 150, 300. You've got 450 going to you. You've got 60, 60, 60, 60, 120, 180. So that's another 360. Okay, so I should be able to theoretically. These are each producing 40. So I could. So if I went to 40 with each of these, that would double their outputs, which would mean that I could double this one. I wonder if I'd have enough oil coming through. I think so. Oops, right. So this would make it 25 per? Okay. So 25, 50, 75. Yeah, that wouldn't work, sadly. Wait, did I see that right? There was actually an overflow? There shouldn't be. Okay, well, I've got plenty of plastic going now. Sort of have plenty of plastic going. Oh no, unauthorized violence towards me. I don't know who it was, but they're gone now. Ooh. I got tons of circuit boards. I don't need it. Give me this. Heck yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'm gonna go get nitrogen started. So I will BRP. I do not know what that was. So just realized that my mic was on mute, but it's kind of whatever. I don't think anybody really... I hope it switches over to the other ammo. Would you look at that?
Witness.
Okay, so it's over there. It's kind of unfortunate. I have to go back and look as to how do I swap movement equipment. and press and hold R. Interesting. Ah, there we go. Okay. So that's a pretty decent place. I'll go ahead and get this slug over here first. And the Mercer Sphere. And is that a summer sloop over there? I don't know. Jeez, it's pinging them almost 5,000 meters away. It's kind of ridiculous. Ooh, there's a purple power slug over there too. Fortunately, I don't really need power slugs. I was just getting this one because it happened to be close to where I need to go. I think. So the power for these is definitely lower. Because it takes like 7 instead of 4 for that. Not that it's an awful trade-off. Especially when you can just do that. That's almost worth automating all of that for. Because that was super easy.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
I don't know about the whole blood song thing, but I should have thought about power first. There's a thing I haven't blown up yet. Right, I do have to power you first. That's not annoying at all. Fortunately, I have more than a stack of... I only have a stack of fuel. Oh well. Oh, why is there a big one here? Okay, where is my nearest power tower? It's over here. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring you up here. Okay, how's the best way? This doesn't care about verticality. So... Okay, so pure one is going to be doing 120. And I can go a max of 600 per. I guess the other thing is how much do I need? A pure luminous solution. I don't need it for you. I need it for you. So I would need it for you. I would need 150 per minute. So that's once worth. For you, I need 37.5. So... So I could get 3 to go for 360. Where's the non-pure? That's the non-pure. All the rest of these are pure. So if I was to get that going, it would give me 240. 240 plus 240 would be 480. If I were to go okay, so I can go with this pumped up all the way. I can do interdasting. I can use my triple pipe setup again. Aha! And I can take this all the way back to my base to do something. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to want to transport it yet. Just go this like over here. Okay. That's a triple regular pipeline. That's annoying. Do I have enough to make another blueprints builder right now? I want to make a 5x5. Oh, what do you know? I can do this. I'm missing a computer! Okay. Oh, that's fine. I need to go back and grab more plastic anyways. Still one of the fastest routes of transportation is just to ride on one of your conveyors that's going real fast. Okay. Whoa, you actually used up pipes that quickly? How? Oh, right, because you're not producing anymore. I will allow you to continue production. Actually, no, I won't, I guess, because there's not going to be anything. Just let you get through the rest of that. So, right, plastic and computers. Nice, it looks like plastic is indeed getting backed up a bit, which I will take. Yoink, yoink. Why did I pause you again? Right, because there was plenty of those. As for these, there's currently plenty of supercomputers, but I'll allow you to keep on going. Your limiting factor at the moment is computers themselves. And you do not have a limiting factor, you're just taking forever, so... If I had summer sloops, I would toss them in there, because that would be helpful. Okay. These shall be Mark II pipes. See if I can find them. I guess it would technically be considered a building. I guess it doesn't have the Mark 1 versus Mark 2 on here, it's just got pipes. Oh, nope, there we go. Okay, we are going to save you. Clear the designer. There's my regular 1 layer foundation. There we go. Okay, I want to Okay. But it said... Oh, there we go. I wish I could find a way to remove it. Okay, well, whatever. Either way, I have my 5x5 floors and my... the other thing I might want to do is go ahead and make probably a walls blueprint. So walls, it's going to be an 8x5. Good, I've got plenty of plastic. And as for everything else, I've also got a pretty good amount of, so now to pipe over here. I suppose I can use, oops, the area around the hub now as a place for producing sulfur-related things, like sulfuric acid, black powder, nobelisks, and the like. So let's see here. I think there was some stuff I needed to get rid of, like... tiny amount of you. Mercer spheres, go. I'm surprised I've managed to get through this many power shards. I mean, I've still got 50 of them in here, but means I've probably used over 100. Okay, what do we have here? Alternate for heavy oil residue. Uses 3 fuel and that... doesn't really change anything, and there's no point to this. This just slightly reduces the amount of cables that you normally have to use. Like, okay, so you go from... okay, so you go from using 40 down to 9. That is useful. just realized that I can rescan hard drives for alternates. That's slightly more efficient. Honestly, both of these are not bad. These are... That one's pretty trash. Rescan, yeah. Alternate steel ingots. That's slightly more efficient. Eh. Ooh, that could be pretty decent. Oh, very good. Steel screws, alternate steel plates. Those are very good. That one could be useful. Okay. Anyways, go ahead. 2 more. Let's go scan 1 more. Okay. Inventory. Are you slightly more... So you're slightly more advanced. I guess I could set up some fluid buffers for the moment. Kind of don't want to use... I don't really want to use either of those up. I will just have them come over here and end. We are going to use the thing that I already It's getting set up. Let's see. Should be at the correct angle. Oh, this is such a nice quality of life thing. Oh no, I'm currently missing sheets. The pipe is too long. There we go. Okay. So now we've got this here with a full 1,800 meters cubed per second of nitrogen gas coming in. That is probably way more than I'm ever gonna need. Probably. I should probably save. I haven't saved in a bit. Okay. Now let me see what it is I need to get going again. No. Is it the blender? I don't think so. Not quite yet. I'm gonna need the blender for these. Okay, so I am going to need sulfuric acid. That is indeed a thing, which means I'm going to need water. That's going to be kind of annoying. I can't remember. Sulfur, did you come from somewhere near the water? Did, but I don't think there's any water that's going to be quite enough down here. Quite deep enough. Oh? There is. Oh. Okay, interesting. Okay, so that allows you to go up 50 meters. So I could probably end up making quite a bit here if I really wanted to. Gosh dang. People upstairs are jumping so much, freaking feel the building shake. That's just what you have to deal with sometimes with crappy neighbors. That's why I'd like to get a house when I can afford it. Yeah, you're gonna need some more coming from there. Okay, so now I've got a supply of sulfuric acid coming. The refinery. I think this was all for blending, if I recall. Like you, I'm gonna need encased uranium cells. And so we need like 3 refineries. Right. Well, that may have all been kind of set up there for not a whole lot of purpose because no, bad leaves. Because you're gonna have to go a ways, and I need alumina solution byproduct from you. This is a problem. Things start getting real complicated when you start having to use the blender because, okay, well there's concrete here. I can make that happen. I've got concrete I can get to pretty easily. But the uranium's going to be a pain. So there is that. With this, heat sinks are going to be a pain because I can manage with them, but getting water and the nitrogen gas, it's just all kind of annoying. And realistically, the big problem is going to be getting like the alumina and sulfur, all this stuff all together. Okay, so let's see. So that is over there. So there is the water? Okay. So there's nitrogen over here. This nitrogen is near sulfur that's normal purity. It's near pure bauxite, 2 of them. Then there's normal uranium here. There's not really a whole lot of uranium nodes, I don't think, around the map. the alumina solution because there's also more coal nearby. Yeah, so I mean, okay, so uranium, sulfur, water. Okay, that's easy. So I can go over here and make the encased uranium. That's pretty simple. So I can get those set up and I can have them produced and sent to wherever I put my uranium stuff being produced, which will probably be far away from here. Like I'll probably, since it's over in this area, I'll probably build an elevated thing somewhere and shove it there because I do want them to be far away. But after I get the encased uranium cells, I think I'm gonna need this in order to be made electromagnetic control rods. I can have the drones bring these. That's easy enough. Well, I need 50 of those, and I could go ahead and so this may be a slight bit brute force-ish, but I can go ahead and make these by proxy of just kind of okay, so now you're going in there and I can go and just throw a bunch of you in there. This is gonna kind of be for the sake of just getting the milestone done. Let's see. You require 4 summer sloops. And I definitely am gonna summer sloop you. Because you take a lot of resources, and I'm gonna be doing this by hand for a little bit. And I'm wanting to see if I can get some of these milestones finished, because there is a way, I'm pretty sure, to recycle your nuclear waste. Like there used to not be, and then they fixed it so that there was, or they changed it so that there was, so there should be a way now. You go back to producing, you're backed up enough. The automated wiring isn't actually going to anything at the moment. Okay, we'll go ahead and let that work. That honestly might not be awful, but I haven't even started producing heat sinks yet. I think... Can I already produce heat sinks? Plutonium waste when consumed. Okay, well, I'm thinking this is probably where I'm going to go ahead and end here for the evening. Got a pretty decent amount accomplished. Got several milestones done. Got nitrogen up and going. Started making some blendery stuff. Actually, hold on. Let me see. What is it that I need to make batteries again? Right, that. Okay, so what I'm thinking is that next weekend, as long as there's nothing to get in the way, I'm thinking I'm going to try to get nuclear power set up. It's not the highest priority, but I do need to get it going so that I can get stuff, so I can get like this going, the pasta, whatever it's called, particle accelerator. That's one of the things that you have to get going, is you have to be able to make the nuclear pasta, and that one's going to be a pain. But yeah, so these are also a pain. But yeah, so once I'm hoping next time to get into kind of the nuclear power, get some of this, the rest of this unlocked, and then work on kind of rebuilding my stuff. But yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. And sign off. Have a good one.